El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
morning.
Hello, how are you? Going to be spending Saturday with you?
Good morning. Today is Thursday, February 28, 2019.
I'm sure
Meeting
she's
special open session.
she'll be a good president.
Judge, how would you like to start the meeting today? With order.
We would like to start with item number 3.
Please. Transportation, and then we'll go to executive session.
Yes, sir.
That's the right order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, so item number 3, receive a presentation regarding the Paupers Petition Pilot Program.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is a project that the County Attorney's Office, the District Clerk's Office, I have worked on, and the Council of Judges, Judge Strathman and Judge Anchondo have been working on. I have briefed you about this. It's regarding the oath of inability to pay fees. And with this project, we're proposing a cost to the county, but we believe by this investment, it will help us collect fees that are currently not being paid because we do not have a process to verify those oaths of inability to pay. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Judge Anchondo.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here before you for an important issue that I think is affecting all of us here locally, probably statewide. Okay. So what we're going to do on behalf of myself, I just wanted to give you a brief history of what this is all about. I want to thank the committee. You have a well-diverse committee here that's met for about over a year. And we've been trying to come up with a solution how to address what we find is to be a very, very serious issue. The Supreme Court of the Texas has seen that people are not having access to the courts. And the reason being is because sometimes costs can be very costly. And so, folks just, couldn't come up with money. And so they weren't able to bring their action when they couldn't find an attorney and bring their own action to self-representation, come before the courts. So then the Supreme Court then decided to look at a rule. It's Rule 145, it's Rule of Civil Procedure. And it basically gives an opportunity to tell folks who are low-level income in the state of Texas that you're not going to be turned away. You're not going to be turned away if you have an action because you can't pay costs. But then the problem became, well, how do you approach? How do you advise the courts of inability to pay costs? And therefore the court then came up with a form. We have adopted that form. And it's an application, basically, that they fill out. And when they're going to file their action, or an attorney is going to file an action on their behalf because of their indigency status, in other words, they can't pay the costs, then they would fill out this form. It used to be that a form would be a piece of paper. People would come in and say, you know what, I can't pay the costs. Clerks would take it. Now, clerks are under a duty to take that. They can't certainly turn away these folks because they don't have the ability to do that. They can't practice law. They're not licensed. Basically, they haven't. So then it becomes that an action is filed, citation is issued, process is issued. So costs are growing. And so what's happened is, as you'll see in the other part of the presentation that the other committee members will present, those costs, waiving those costs has increased over the years. What we're trying to do is create a process, a mechanism to be able to address that. And I think by having an attorney, part-time, just starting part-time, having like a pilot program, be able to address this, I think we'll be able to capture what we're going to be doing. Basically, the essence would be if they file, and this attorney would feel that this application probably needs a little bit of clarity, maybe needs some correctness, then they can approach the court. Those are the only folks that can approach the court, because the only ones that can contest these would be litigants, other side litigants, or court reporter saying, I can't pay for that. Court on its own motion can do that. But we have a high volume of cases that are being filed all the time, so sometimes courts can't always address these. So what we're trying to do is come up with a process that will be able to take care of it at the front end, possibly address it in the middle portion of a case, and maybe at the back end. And sometimes we're not doing that. This, I think, is going to enable us to be able to comply with the rule, not put us in a position where we have to be going before the Court of Appeals to be addressing being overturned because the process wasn't being done. So We have provided some information. There's going to be a PowerPoint that will be presented. I wanted to just give you a little bit of history of what our issue is so that we don't deny access to those who want to file. Certainly there are people that can't afford it. But what we want to do is be able to address those applications that probably need some attention. And therefore, a judge. We're being very fortunate that we're going to have two courts. Judge Stratton is here. Judge Rodriguez, I still call them court masters. They're now associate judges Leverton and Anderson. The good thing about Judge Anderson, she's been part of the committee, and she's now associate judge for Judge Rodriguez. Judge Leverton, of course, has been addressing this. So it's just a question, folks, that we want to address this in a more positive fashion, so that we can have this attorney then address these issues and brought it before the court and start not having this exorbitant amount of cost being waived. And I think the figures will be presented to you. That's going to do it for my part. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I'm going to run through a little bit more details on what this pilot program involves, what it is, costs, numbers, procedures, and then obviously we have judges here are open for questions. Ms. Duarte, Sylvia Duarte from the District Clerk's office is here too, who can speak to process and numbers as well after my presentation. It's actually through the County Attorney's Office that we're proposing that this attorney be supervised. Joanne Bernal, the County Attorney, has agreed to supervise that attorney. Just briefly, this is what the program is. It is a 6-month program. As the judge said, we see it as a pilot program. We believe there's a need to check into these pauper petitions to really determine whether or not they are indeed all indigent and cannot afford to pay the costs. And we estimate the cost to be about $43,000 for a contract attorney for those 6 months, working 20 hours a week. This is not a county employee position. This would be an independent contractor position. So the numbers that we're talking about are, that's the money that we pay them. There's nothing on top of that. I'll go into more detail though as I get going. Looking at the actual figures for waived court costs, and these are just the filing fees. So usually it's $365 that you pay when you go to file a lawsuit. Looking from January 2016 through November of 2018, at just family law cases, over $1.2 million were waived by the court. So that's money that's not coming to the county, and it's money that's at least a percentage of which we believe should be looked at and perhaps come back to the county. To delve a little bit deeper into the numbers, if we take just January through September 2018, and we did this because the numbers at the time we just had these were our most recent numbers. The total waived filing fee for just the family law courts was $411,000. We just got the figures in for all of 2018. That number was actually $470,000. But what we're going to look at today is just based off those first 9 months, for which the total waived filing fees were $411,000. Just to give you all an idea of how much money we think the county should actually be paid or is owed. In talking with the judges and the family law judges, we think that 75%, around 75% of people that file the pauper's petition don't actually qualify for it, or should not actually qualify for that waiver of court fees and costs. That brings the number that would be owed by those petitioners to that $308,000. Out of that amount, roughly 25% goes to the state. We're not entitled to it. So using, and I think I used the top number. I used 76% of the $308,000. That brings us to the $234,000 that would be coming back to the county, or that we believe is owed to the county from these filing costs. Just a quick note, most of the fees or most of the money that's part of the filing costs are restricted fees or restricted funds. So a portion of it goes to the DRO, a portion of it goes to the law library. That's not necessarily money that goes into our general fund. However, it's money that the county would have to pay otherwise. So, so it's whatever goes to the DRO, the county would not have to subsidize at a later date. The other thing I wanted to mention too is these numbers just take into effect the actual filing fees, that initial cost that you pay when you file your lawsuit or file for divorce or whatever you're filing for. It does not take into account additional fees and costs that the county should be collecting that subsequently get waived because you've been deemed a pauper. So, for instance, service by the sheriff, there's certain future motions, transcripts, stuff like that. Those are all fees that get waived later on during litigation because you've been deemed a pauper, and in theory, that would be more money that would be coming back to county and county programs. We're not reinventing the wheel here. This is actually a program that's very similar to what Bexar County has done. They also have hired an attorney to do a very similar process that we're proposing here and that the judge talked about. And the next 3 slides go into what that process is. So somebody files with an affidavit of inability to pay costs. The district clerk sends that to this attorney, the pauper's petition attorney, to review. As the judge said before, the only thing the district clerk could do would be to accept it. They're not attorneys; they can't question it. The advantage of having an attorney now look at this application of inability to pay costs is that attorney now can look at it and say, make a determination as to whether or not it's correctly filled out. Does it have all the information it needs? Does it need to be clarified? Are there numbers that don't look right, or are there certain categories that should be filled out? And make a determination. If that attorney thinks the person is indigent, the process ends there. If it needs more clarification, at that point it goes back to the district clerk for an order to clarify. It gets set for a hearing within 10 days, and evidence is brought before the judge as to whether or not this person really is indigent or not. And this allows the judge now to make a determination based on the person's finances whether or not they meet the requirements of someone being indigent. Going back to what Judge Anchondo said in the beginning, the purpose of this is not to deny access to the courts. We're very conscious of that. The purpose of this is to make sure that everyone that's requesting a pauper's petition are saying that they are unable to pay the costs of filing, and the court fees really cannot pay those costs. So the judge makes a determination, and either yes or no, and if the judge's ability to order the person to pay the costs if he or she feels that this person is not indigent, and you actually cannot get your divorce until you pay the court costs, if that's what's determined after an evidentiary hearing. Looking at the numbers, this top section refers to the cost of the contract attorney. So the calculations are somewhat similar, are pretty simple, I think. We're going off our standard rates for contract attorneys in the county attorney's office. So $90 for in-court work, $75 for out-of-court work. Just assuming that it's 10 hours each for a total of 20 hours a week. Over the course of the 6 months, we estimated the cost to the county to be, roughly $43,000. Again, the actual hours themselves, the allocation of hours are an estimate. It could go either way, but just for purposes of information for you all, it seemed 10 and 10 was the way to go. As for recovered revenue analysis, so the big unknown for us is well, how many petitions can this contract attorney I guess how much money can this contract attorney recover for it to make it worthwhile for the county? And that's what the bottom section of this slide looks at. So if you look for petitions per hour, if it winds up being over the course of 6 months that this attorney was able to recover the $365 on 20 petitions a week, so that would be 1 for every hour worked. The total amount recovered over the course of 6 months would be about $190,000. Just to break even on this 6-month pilot project, it would have to be the attorney would have to, I guess, work 4 hours to recover on just 1 petition. So that's where that 0.25 petitions per hour comes in. So only doing essentially recovering on 5 paupers petitions over the course of the week for us just to break even. We don't know, we really don't know how this works. We've asked Bexar County what their numbers have been as far as recovery. They've not been able to get us those numbers. That's sort of the part of the pilot program would be to see. We think it's reasonable that a contract attorney would at least be able to recover 1 petition for every 4 hours worked on this project, just to break even on this pilot program. The other thing to mention as well that we don't talk about here that we would be able to measure afterwards at the end of 6 months is the deterrence effect of family law attorneys and other attorneys in the court knowing that we're now giving scrutiny to all these paupers petitions. We've seen the numbers jump up dramatically in the last couple of years. The district clerk's office has just provided us the numbers this week, and you may have it there in front of you. But for 2018, there were almost 2,800 paupers petitions filed in total. So those are those affidavits of inability to pay costs. That's a jump up from 1,900 in 2017. 2016 it was about 2,100, 2,200, and before that it was all around 1,000, to 1,200 paupers petitions. So going from 1,200 back in 2011 to now 2,800 paupers petitions filed each year, you're seeing a dramatic increase in the number of these affidavits of inability to pay costs being filed. And so we'll be able to see right away, I think, in 6 months, whether or not fewer people are now filing these paupers petitions because they don't want the scrutiny. They don't want to go before the judge and have to explain to the judge why they're asking for it when they don't, they may not qualify for it. So this is an overview of the program. As I said, that the proposed attorney would be housed in the county attorney's office, working closely with the family law courts, working closely with the district clerk's office. I think at this point we're open for questions, and then I think too, Betsy, there's no action item on this today, but it's something we want to bring back before the court at a later date, if you would like to, I guess, to vote on it if you'd like to.
And just to for this is the area we're focusing on for the pilot project, and it's definitely the area where there is the most number of these oaths filed. Once I think we get the program in place, if it does prove what we believe it will prove, we do believe there's also, I mean, it's a small percentage compared to these numbers, but there's also other civil cases where it's being filed in.
Correct.
And what I would imagine we would expand if the program proves successful is we would expand for them to also spot check some of those other oaths that are being filed in other types of cases. These are just specific family law cases, but in other types of civil cases, they're also being filed, just not nearly on the same magnitude.
Jen, you sort of, that 75% that, you're concerned about that really wouldn't have qualified. My concern would be that when you move to the other side, will there be people that won't be able to go to court that really can't afford it, but they don't fall in that exact criteria that you might have? So could you tell me a little bit about the criteria? How tangible or how rigid is it, just to have a sense of how you will determine whether they can or cannot pay for it?
Yeah, I mean, going back to what the judge says, we're very conscious of creating an obstacle to the court for people, and so it's based off of what your income is. It's based off of subsidies that you may get from the government, benefit programs you get, where you are in relation to the poverty line. As far as exactly what, there's a whole list of numbers that you have to provide to the court that the judge is going to take a look at and kind of delve into to make that determination. Whether or not you're represented by legal aid. If you're represented by legal aid, you don't go through this process.
Yeah, that'd be my only concern, that we're looking at trying to get people out of jail that they because they can't afford to get bail, and so we've got this other focus going. I just don't want it to be to such an extreme that you do catch a group that are right there in that margin and then are not able to go. So as long as you're conscientious about that.
And I think the important thing is that the petitioner is going to go before a judge, and so it's not this attorney that's making that determination. There's going to be a hearing, even if the attorney feels that more information is needed. There's going to be a hearing, and the judge will be able to make that determination.
Judge and Children?
Judge, to just follow up, what we've done as Council of Judges is have voted to have a form that's been adopted by the Supreme Court that kind of just will indicate to the individual, if you're going to be filing and wanting to prove you're indigent, just provide us this information. Very clear cut. If they're being represented by legal aid, all we need is that certificate. It's going to get attached. It's going to be a no-brainer. If you're getting other assistance from the government, TANF, things of that nature, no-brainer. You're just going to have to be able to provide it. I think those things will just be moving along rather quickly. It's those others that come in not fully, which gives now the attorney an opportunity, say that week, look, just go ahead and give me that information. Should be all right. And so the document actually helps. So we've done it in English, we've done it in Spanish, so that now it streamlines. In other words, now we're not just saying you're just poor.
Yeah.
Well, if you are, just give us some information. What benefits are you receiving?
So it legitimizes, right?
Legitimize
the
whole thing. So the actual application has really helped in one way. So that's one way we're probably trying to.
Judge and Children, is there a scale that you might, because yes or no is probably a difficult way to look at it, but is there a scale that if you're able to afford so much, but not the full amount, is there some kind of a scale included in that?
Yes, there's going to be an opportunity that if that is measured or decided, then they'll give them an opportunity to make payments.
So,
yeah, so there's going to be several options. What's happening is now we'll have somebody to be able to intervene and help the courts, help the system, help our clerks, so that now we're just streamlining the process, getting that mechanism in there. So there are many ways that we'd like to address it, and I think with the pilot program, we'll be able to create that, not only for these type of cases, but general cases in general. kind of the culture is, listen, just file that. Nobody's going to question it. And so we want to get a little bit behind that and say, listen, let's find out. Let's get some more information. This attorney now is able to do that because that's the attorney that can go into the court. Clerks can't do that.
No, I agree. It legitimizes your decision, so that's very helpful.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To answer your question, Judge, generally speaking, when I take a look at the Paso affidavit, I use the federal guidelines on indigency as a guideline as to whether they follow the new qualifications or not. And I use that, obviously we don't have a formal program, but I use that informally, so that's what I tend to use to determine whether or not they're indigent. And I have to tell you, in family law cases, there's so many variables that they may not. Maybe they don't fall within the federal indigency, but they're at a time of their life that is probably the most uncertain that they've ever experienced. There's a lot of change. They may not be in the house that they're used to living in anymore. They maybe don't have a job. Maybe they're trying to seek an education. There are so many factors that go into the breakup of a marriage that you have to look at what's going on in that person's life at that time. And so maybe it's not a matter of just dollars and cents. It may be a matter of right now you can't afford to pay this. And maybe you're not on Social Security, and maybe you're not on SNAP, and maybe you're not doing those things because you haven't sought those actions, but you're going to be okay in the future. Maybe you're going to be on a payment plan later. Maybe at this time in your life you just can't afford it. So there's a lot that goes into the judgment as to whether or not we're going to have somebody pay the filing fees or go ahead and waive it because of where they are. It also could be that the person who comes before us at that time is the person that is out of the house and they don't have a job and they are indigent, but say a temporary orders hearing starts. Whenever we have that temporary orders hearing, we hear the other spouse is the employee spouse, and that there are plenty of resources actually within the community estate to go ahead and pay those filing fees. Then along the way, we can go ahead and reapproach and say, we've come to realize that there are assets within this community estate to go ahead and pay the filing fees, and so we're going to order that the filing fees now be paid.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Really helps. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson?
Oh, Commissioner Robinson?
First of all, the question I have, thank you for your presentation. Question number one is 4 hours for one case. Is that realistic?
I can't imagine it would take 4 hours, but as I said, we just don't know, and that's sort of the purpose of the pilot program. I would think that you could do one petition an hour, and it's not just review one petition. This is actually find one petition where the county is owed money, where the person is not actually indigent. So it would be getting that $365 for that 1 hour.
Jen, if I may also. So I always take, this is the, in my opinion, the best outcome approach. And it may be even better than this. But if you go back to your 75% slide, Jeff, do you mind? I took the more conservative approach on my calculations on this. So if you take the $411,000, and on my calculations I did, even if only 25% were not paupers, and if only if the attorney only had time to do 10% of that 25%, we would still come out slightly ahead of our cost, and we would have and that's just the cost of the filing fees, not other costs that are incurred and get waived. We would still be ahead, and we'd have the deterrence factor as well. And as Judge showed on the numbers over the last several years, how they've increased so significantly, I do believe that's because we have no deterrence mechanism. And so even, again, worst case scenario, only 25% of them are truly not paupers, and that we only catch 10% of that 25% through this position, we'll still come out about $1,000 ahead of where we are today. And it'll slow the train down.
And as they're saying, I really like the pilot approach because you're going to find out a lot of things within that pilot, and I wish everything could start in that kind of manner, because there's so many hidden costs and things that, like you said, it might be a lot better, and we'll find out what are some of the things that we need to do to So the pilot program, I think, would be a great way to look at this, because it's very complex if you try to understand it prior to the pilot program.
The other question I have, we're saying that the individual is indigent. So do we take in consideration, there are a lot of known cases where the male is required to pay child support, but he doesn't. And the reason he don't pay it, he intentionally does not get employment. So they can't garnish his pay. But then he comes and applies and says, well, I don't have a job, I don't have income. So he applies. Are we able to look at that situation? Because there are a lot of them out there, and I know of some that they're physically able to work, but don't go to work and get a job because they don't want to pay the child support. And they tell the spouse that I'm not going to pay you. You can't make me pay you. I'm not working, I don't have a job. But he is physically able to work. So are we able to look at cases like that and make a determination that this person is playing games with us?
So I think Judge Anderson may speak to this, but generally that's something that would be, the courts would order also through our DRO office to work with. I mean, we don't forgive the child support, but I'll let Judge Anderson speak to that.
Commissioner and County Judge, you know, we already at a temporary orders hearing in family law cases are going to be looking not only on the income side, but on the expense side. So that individual who may say, I don't have a job, I don't have money coming in, when we look at their expense side, they've got a $600 car payment, they've got a cell phone bill, they've got, you know, all kinds of brand new TV and stuff. So there is the ability to afford to pay for certain things. But these filing fees can also be allocated among the parties. So we might decide that the person who asserted the right to file it without paying a fee really is indigent, but the other spouse has the wherewithal to pay the fee. Or we could allocate it and say 50-50. And we can do the payment plan. So the courts are going to have a lot of tools, but until we kind of start it and do it, we're not going to know what those percentages are going to be. We've really got to kind of put our foot in the door and start it and see if we can't recover some of those fees. You know, anecdotally, we've seen examples where a nurse at Las Palmas who's making $4,000 a month gross in income is filing an affidavit that they don't have the ability to pay. That's a sizable amount of income. And if they can afford to hire an attorney, I find it a little odd that they can't pay a $362 fine.
We're planning on kicking this off when?
So if the court generally gives us guidance that they would support this program, we'll place it on Monday, not this coming Monday, but the following Monday for an actual approval.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you to the members of the committee for looking into this and for identifying this as a problem and providing the court with a solution. Thanks for your extra time. I know you got a lot of other stuff to do, but to do this on top of it, we appreciate it.
Commissioners, I'll tell you, this is, I mentioned this when I met with the county attorney's office. This was the most complete research, I think, the entire time I've ever been in the county that I've ever seen. And I know Judge Anderson was a major part of that, but the report I received from Judge Anderson and with the work of the district clerk's office, the judiciary, the county clerk's office, everybody that was involved, it was just, it was phenomenal. It was the easiest project I've ever had to work on.
So if we have another initiative, the same committee.
That's
right. You guys work with that in your spare time?
Right now, but the district clerk really should get a lot of credit because they're the ones who made the observation, hey, this is accelerating, we're seeing higher numbers. So I think they're really the impetus that got us all on the same page. So this is a good example of government at work with various departments, you know, coming together and recognizing we've got a problem, let's try this and see if we can find a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent work. Thank you.
We want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
With that in mind, Judge And commissioners, may we be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Got your bugs?
So, like that.
So we're going to item number 7 now. Receive a presentation from the Planning and Development Department Transportation Division on the County Transportation Portfolio.
Give us just one. We're going to go into executive session right after. Number 7? Yes.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Sal Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. Joined here this morning by a few folks that I'd like to introduce that all collaboratively work on the various transportation initiatives that occur within the Planning and Development Department of Public Works. Reina Mayorga is our transit planner who works on all of our transit initiatives. Daniel Marquez is our transportation engineering tech who helps both on the transit side as well as on the road construction side. Mr. Bob Schwab couldn't be here, but he is our regional transit coordinator, has a significant amount of experience working with the Federal Transit Administration and with TxDOT. And also Mr. Sal Alonso, our transportation program engineer, who has collectively, him and his staff, implement the bold vision and forward thinking that the Commissioners Court has implemented in terms of transportation. We're also joined by our Executive Director of Public Works, Mrs. Norma Rivera Palacios, as well as the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority Executive Director, Mr. Raymond Reyes. To provide a little bit of overview, there are 3 main focus areas for the Transportation Division in Planning and Development. The first and the fastest growing set of responsibilities deal with aviation. The Fabens Airport was an underutilized facility out in East El Paso County, where the county had historically returned funding back to the state. Those funds were available for routine maintenance. Since Mr. Alonso took over the initiative and the program out at the airport, we've made significant investments utilizing state funds to enhance the program. And as was talked a little bit later, we're continuing to plan forward for the future expansion of Fabens Airport. The most visible work that the county engages in with transportation, as most agencies do, is the long-range planning, design, and construction management of road projects, which effectively equate to the orange construction barrels that upset motorists, but are providing for the mobility that is needed for the future. And last, transit is an important community service that the department provides. In a recent study conducted by Texas A&M Transportation Institute, we discovered that a sizable population of our riders do not have a private vehicle or do not even have a driver's license, meaning that they solely rely on the county's transit system to get from A to B. We're currently working on partnering with other local municipalities in the region to determine a way to adopt a regional transit model, which would then have one single transit entity throughout the entire county, where Sun Metro buses will no longer stop at the city limit, but rather would extend all the way into the Fabens and Westway communities and every other unincorporated municipality, every other unincorporated area, or every other municipality outside of the city of El Paso. Over the past 6 years, the county has developed a number of successful, innovative, and strategic partnerships with other agencies to help deliver some of the transportation projects that we'll be going over today. And we'd be remiss if we didn't specifically thank them for the work that they've done in collaborating with the county, supporting the efforts the county's undertaken. Horizon City of Socorro, the El Paso District of TxDOT, the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is a long-range transportation planning agency, as well as the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. The RMA is a unique partner in that they have really allowed and been critical to the county's ability to stretch its legs when it comes to getting into the transportation game. Previously, the county had one long-term large construction project every few years funded at the MPO. That significantly changed over the past 6 years, and a lot of that credit is owed to the partnership that the county's developed with the RMA. Back in 2013, the legislature passed a bill that amended the Texas Transportation Code that allowed specific counties, including El Paso, to implement and adopt an optional $10 vehicle registration fee. That fee requires the statute requires the funds collected under this section to be dedicated to the local RMA for project management and other funding opportunities. What's unique about the partnership between the County of El Paso and the RMA is that the Camino Real RMA was actually created by the city in 2007. At the time, the Commissioner's Court did not want to create an RMA, so legislation was filed at the state that allowed the city to had the ability to dedicate the funding they were collecting to a partner agency that they themselves created. We did not have that same relationship. However, I will tell you that basically we can be innovative in partnering with the RMA, help support the expansion activities at the Fabens Airport, as well as any other transportation-related function that may present itself. This is just a really quick snapshot of some of the markers that are present within the Planning and Development Department. You can see that our bus ridership for transit in the top right corner is just under 200,000 riders annually. We currently have about $150 million worth of ongoing construction projects throughout the county. We anticipate having up to $1.15 million in capital improvements to the airport over the next 3 years using state funding. And at the El Paso MPO, in the most recent round of planning documents, the county was able to secure a variety of projects that total over $238 million over the next 25 years, spanning out to 2045. So we have engaged in, the county has committed to engaging in serious long-range transportation planning for the first time in its history. And to discuss a lot of those initiatives and a lot of those project details, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sal Alonso, who will present the rest of the presentation.
Thank you.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners, staff. Sal Alonso, Transportation Program Engineer. The next couple slides we'll be going over different sections within our division, which includes the aviation portion, the long-range planning and construction management, and transits. Currently, at the under the aviation, we do have a couple programs ongoing. The first one that I want to point out is the Routine Airport Maintenance Program, which is known as RAMP. This is a program that is an annual application to TxDOT to secure some funding. It's a 50-50 match. The good thing with this program, it's annually. Every year, about towards the end of each year, we apply for this application. It's a 50-50 match. It's up to $50,000 per year. The other great thing about this program is that we're not committed to spending all the $50K. TxDOT is aware that not all counties, airports have to do some improvements every year. So whether we spend $1 or we spend the full amount, there's no penalty on using the full amount or not using any amount on this one. The money doesn't roll over from year to year. Again, it's an annual application. We are in the cycle. As of about 2016, we started submitting applications. So since then, we've taken advantage of this program and be able to get some projects out. At the later slides, I'll kind of go a little bit more in detail on what we've done at the airport. The other topic would be the airport aerospace partnership that we have currently with UTEP. UTEP is one of our tenants there at the hangar, and they have improved the hangar. They've done a lot of improvements within the hangar. I'll go a little bit more into depth on those improvements later on. And then the $2 million county bond, which was the 2016 Series C bond, which was issued for the bond. We're working also to partner up with the RMA to get some new hangars in the area for the airport. Currently, we only have one hangar, so this bond will help us build and secure more leases at the airport and generate more funding at the airport. Next one would be the long-range planning efforts. About almost a year ago, we secured some funding, again, through TxDOT for a business and development plan, which is underway. Where we started it late last year, so it's ongoing, and we're currently about 30% into the planning and the development plan. Almost about 2 years ago, we also secured some aviation capital improvement, ACIP. Again, through TxDOT, we secured approximately $1 million for improvements. Those plans are currently under design. We're about 95%. We hope to be under construction late this year. And just to mention a couple of the items we'll be doing, we'll be putting some fencing, some security gate, rehab all the tax lanes, restriping, and some new signage at the airport. And then the last item would be the county zoning authority in the airport hazard area. We'll go explain that a little bit in more detail later in the slides. This is just a little breakdown on the renovations or equipment that we spend at the airport. It's broken up into two separate categories. Renovation and equipment. Again, this is the items that we have taken advantage using the ramp funding. Just to name a few, as part of the renovations that we spent about $37,000 was we went ahead and replaced the roof. We added new facility doors. We purchased windsocks. We did some exterior walls, window replacement, exterior interior painting. We painted our beacon, and we also replaced the roof. Previously, we had what we were calling our administration office, but since the ramp and the partnership with TxDOT, we were able to create administration and separate two separate offices. So now we have the FBO, which is the Fixed Base Operators Administration Office. Next to it, we have our pilots lounge to encourage pilots to come in as they're landing, unwind, catch up with emails. We provided showers on both sides, and also restrooms, made them all ADA compliant. And we have some pictures that we'll show you later on. As far as the equipment, we ended up purchasing some windsocks, a two-way radio. We updated the poppy light systems. We had them calibrated, purchased some fire extinguishers. We provided new HVAC for the facility, and also purchased some just day-to-day light bulbs for the runways and exterior lighting. The next few slides, it's almost like a before and after. When we first started remodeling the existing administration office, we discovered that there was some asbestos, so we ended up tearing portions of the hangar. As we got into the weeds, we found out that there was more asbestos than we anticipated, so we ended up pretty much getting out the existing facility and removed the asbestos. These are the new restrooms that were installed just to the right, and then the bottom slide was kind of a glimpse of during the asbestos renovations, and then the final product with the new tile ceiling, new electrical work, new flooring, new walls, and new windows. Again, this is the office renovation. This is how it looked. The top left slide is the previous one, which was just plain walls, outdated windows, tile that was cracking. To the right is the new, looking at the same area. We took advantage of the old Commissioner's Court furniture, and as you can see, that's where it's at now. If you're wondering where it happened to it, I took it. The bottom slide, again, it was very compact, just paper everywhere, not really shelving or anything like that. So we went ahead and provided the fixed base operator with a water fountain to meet ADA, also with new windows, new doors, security, exit signs, illumination, and some storage facility for their paperwork. This is just kind of a glimpse on the exterior. Far left it was very, as you can see, the picture kind of speaks for itself. Not much color to it. Windows were broken, cracked. The pictures to the right, you see we added a new paint coat, new exterior. painting, new windows, new HVAC, bottom slide, just a different angle. Some of these windows weren't really windows; they were pretty much just those hard plastic acting as a window. So we went ahead and updated all the windows and doors. Here's the roof repair. That's not how the roof looked like. So there was actual roof, but this is after they gutted it out. But the pictures to the right shows the new roof that we have at the munition office. And they did have water leaks for several years, but we got that taken care of. And just a little bit more pictures of the roof repair, the before and after, the new doors and the hallways, and then the administration office. The equipment that we purchased during this ramp was a new HVAC system. Currently, they did have, previously they had an HVAC that wasn't working and a heater that worked whenever it wanted to. Since then, we provided a new HVAC system. The pictures to the right, those are our poppies, which help pilots navigate to make sure their elevation to the existing ground, they're staying at the correct way, notify that their elevation is for safe landing. We also purchased a new hose for the gas tank, and then that's the two-way radio on the right-hand side. This one is the beacon and windsocks. We purchased the windsocks to the right and to the left. It's not a new beacon per se. It just needed a paint coat, so we were able to purchase some paint, and then we use our own workforces through facilities and road and bridge to go out there and help paint the beacon. So now it looks like right now. Just some overall facilities and airside improvements, just to give you a map where we're at. Okay. Just to the left, we have the windsocks and where we painted the beacon. Right below that is the roof repair, and then to the far right is the new entrance parking lot that we provided for UTEP and their students. That was all done in-house by our road and bridge department, and it just kind of gives you a little snapshot on where all these improvements would take. Next slide would be the aerospace and research partnership that we have with UTEP, and this is just like a breakdown on the work that has been done by the county and then the work that has been done by UTEP. Just to name a few, of course, the county was responsible for the asbestos removal, the new restrooms, the new ceiling, the new septic tank that we went ahead and installed, got rid of the old septic tank. We added new sidewalks and drinking fountains. UTEP came in within the hangar and did some improvements to the hangar. They paid for all these improvements, which included the floor painting of the hangar. They upgraded all the electrical work, the lighting. They constructed 3 test bunkers within their property. They added new lighting interior, and then they are also working on the roof repair as well for the hangar.
So how is it determined who does what? Is there a process to?
Anything that is eligible through the ramp is done by using the ramp funding. It's very specific on what the ramp could cover. What we like to do, our team, is we set a list of every year as we get the funding. We address the need. We submit that to TxDOT for their blessing to make sure that it does qualify, because there's a list, but sometimes there's certain items that might not qualify, or things are always changing. But we just, for our own, I guess safety, we just want to make sure that it is eligible for ramp. The other items within the hangar, that was written out in the contract with UTEP and their lease on what they're responsible for, and then what the county would be responsible for.
Thank you.
Just to be clear too, UTEP has actually done some things above and beyond the contracted requirements. Yes. I think the roof repairs are above and beyond the contracted requirements. Just some of the work that they did when they got in there, the hangar was, I would say it had not been any maintenance inside the hangar for many, many years. And so once they got in there, it was a lot more to clean it up and get it ready. And then the electrical upgrade of the hangar was significant.
Yes. Yeah, just to add to that, the electrical work, when they got it out, it was very outdated. So with the type of facility that they're using now, all that had to be gutted, and they pretty much rewired everything. Same thing in the FBO's administration. Once we got it out, it was an outdated wire, so we went ahead and updated the electrical work. Especially since we had to get the building out, might as well go in there and clean it up and upgrade everything. Next slide is go a little bit more in depth on the business and development plan that is underway. A couple of items that the business and development will be able to produce will be the guidance and compliance with the applicable standards. Just to name a few, was through the FAA and TxDOT. This document would give us the 10-year outlook to provide CIP projects that we would be going after. Once this business plan has identified these capital improvements, then we will be able to submit back to TxDOT to get us in the queue for the next call of project to secure some funding for these new projects. We would also identify the aviation demand forecast of the base aircrafts and operations. We would also analyze the aircraft operations market share and facility requirements. And the facility expansion planning efforts will include the hangar and apron development, the limits approach issues, any development updated facility drawings layout, and the feasibility analysis for the area of navigation and the GPS instrument approach. And that's just a glance. There's a little bit more in detail, but because of the size of this presentation, we just kind of hit the main points. The capital improvement plans at the airport is currently under development. As mentioned, we're about 95% complete. Just to identify the major improvements that are going to be done at the airport is the runway and taxi lane asphalt resurfacing, the perimeter fencing, the secured entrance, the airside lane panels. This is the money we secured a few years ago, about $1 million. And that funding will be available for construction later this year. And that's when we'll start seeing these improvements implemented at the airport. The airport hangar expansion is something that is a priority in the court, is to get more hangars out there. Currently, we only have one hangar, which is being leased by UTEP. But because hangars generate revenue, it's been a priority to build not just one, but possibly 2 or 3 hangars at the airport to be able to lease them out to other vendors. Possibly, if UTEP is in the need of hangars, lease those hangars out to UTEP and start generating some revenue. And also, having a new hangar will help us generate more funds through the FBO, because the FBO will be able to work out of the hangar to do the day-to-day operations, whether it's oil changes, maintenance, fix engines, emergency landings. They have a place for them to be able to work. And that's the reason the need for the hangars currently is. And that's just to name a few would be the demand usage. We're looking at small hangars, large hangars, whether it's going to be either for work or kind of research type of what the existing hangar is currently doing. We'd be looking for the aviation CFP funding to secure some funding, or use the local bond series of 2016C.
Do we have a sense of, wanting to use, but we haven't been able to provide the hangars? Do you have data that says how much opportunity we've missed by not having hangars?
Well, yes, we have we've been reached out by UTEP asking, can we have more hangars, because I think they're over the product that they're doing right now, the research, the demand is there. So they pretty much had approached the county saying that,
I was referring more to traffic.
For the traffic, yes, we do. We have some decline in the aircraft because there is no other additional hangar. So we have seen a trend on planes not landing there because there is no hangar for them to store their planes. Mm-hmm. The hangars are also used for just like a garage, pretty much. So without the hangars, we missed out on that. So that's the reason, the priority on having not just one hangar, but additional hangars to be able to provide that service.
When we talk about further space for UTEP, Why do we refer that it has to be a hangar versus a building? Is that because eventually you'd want to use it as a hangar?
Yes, for two reasons. One, it is a lease, and then after the lease, if UTEP decides to move for some reason, then we still have the hangar capability of just converting that into a day-to-day operations.
That makes sense. Thank you.
This next slide is the Texas Airport Zoning Act. I will turn over this slide over to Mr. Mendez.
Counties typically don't have any zoning authority. There are very few isolated circumstances within state statutes that actually afford counties that authority. Cities and counties do have the authority to zone around municipal or county-owned airports. It's Chapter 243, one of those codes. I apologize, I drew a blank, but it is an authorizing statute for the county to define what is known as an airport hazard area, which is roughly a 30 square mile rectangle based in the center of that being the runway. So currently we only have one runway that would meet that specification. As the court recalls, the other crosswind runway was declassified during this past week's Commissioners Court meeting. If we ever expanded that runway, you can imagine a similar yellow rectangle going north and south in this picture, and so all of that area would be zoned. The purpose of this zoning is to prevent incompatible land use, prevent encroachment onto the airport. And so given that a majority of the land to the east of the airport is undeveloped, that does provide the county some authority to determine what types of structures would not be allowed. So it is a little different from a municipal zoning authority that effectively states this is what you can build on the property. This county authority for zoning is limited to this is what you cannot build on these properties. However, it's a tool that has existed in the statutes for quite some time that has gone underutilized. However, given the fact that we are now engaging in serious expansion and planning efforts for the Fabens Airport, the timing is appropriate, and we're currently working with the Comunidad Regional Mobility Authority to determine if there's a way to partner with them to help them assist us in some of these long-term planning and zoning efforts around the airport.
Jose, have we looked at Horizon and sort of look at what happened and what took place and what did we not do and that kind of thing? Because it looks like, you know, they had such a great opportunity as we do in Fabens, but things happen. So I was wondering if there's some kind of an understanding of work.
In terms of the West Texas Airport,
yeah.
Pelicano, a major issue was that, from my understanding, the airport was not municipally owned, so it prevented a government like the county from zoning it. Also, is in the unincorporated area, which has little regulation. So, really, a lot of residents and businesses located in the unincorporated area of the county because of the assumption that there is little to no regulation on their development. So given that there's potential for a lot of development to occur in this area, I think we're coming in at the right time to prevent what ended up happening there, because now the West Texas Airport is a series of subdivisions, which is neither here nor there, but with this zoning authority, we'd be able to alleviate some of the potential encroachment issues that West Texas Airport saw.
I think it'd make a great benchmark to justify certain things that we're doing, because I've talked to the mayor and they missed out on that opportunity, and that could have been a boon for them.
Right.
And so whatever we learn from them, I'm glad you're saying that we're in time to prevent some of those.
Right. No, I definitely think that that the timing is right on a lot of these initiatives launching and being and beginning at the same time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Back. Now I'm taking my aviation hat off and putting it in the long-range planning and project management of all our construction and ongoing roadway projects. Just to name a few, we have 8 completed projects since 2015 through 2018. We have 2 ongoing projects from within the next couple of years that are under construction. We have 8 future projects starting in 2019, and then we have 2 transportation alternative non-vehicle projects ongoing as well. Just to name a few, we'll go in a little bit more detail. This is just to break, break down federal fund versus local dollars. We're about to have $78 million in federal projects and about $72 million in local projects. And just to name a few, for the future project is the Pelicano widening, the Tom Mays design and construction, and the John Hayes design and construction. A couple of projects have been completed this past about a year ago with the Nuevo tanks, the Sparks and Westway sidewalks, and the NHT, the National Historical Trail. For the local projects that are ongoing, is the county's largest ongoing project, which is the East Lake Phase 1. Future projects that are ready to be let for construction is Mission Ridge Phase 2 and Bridlewood. A couple of big projects that have been completed under local include the Mission Ridge Phase 2, the East Lake Phase 2, and the Mission Ridge Phase 1, and the Edgemere extension. This map kind of gives you a broad overview on where all the projects are occurring. On the top left is the Vista del Sol project, which was a 4-lane road, divided lighting, hike and bike trail, and some landscaping. Just jumping around. The Pelicano, highlighted in green, which is going to be the county's next largest project. The next one we wrapped up last year was the Rojas Drive, which we converted into a 6-lane divided concrete landscaping bike lane. Just south of that, which was the Nuevo Hueco tanks in partnership with Texas, the RMA, and the City of Socorro. That was the Nuevo Tanks roadway, which has been a great relief for the lower travel to access I-10. The ongoing major project, the largest East Lake Phase 1, which is 6-lane divided concrete, landscaping, buffer, bike lanes, and hike and bike trails on both sides. And then to the far right is the East Lake Phase 2, which was completed early last year, which widened it, and it was a widening and new construction of a 6-lane divided roadway, lighting, bike lanes, pedestrian sidewalks, and landscaping. Now we're going to do a presentation here.
Before you go,
yes, sir.
Go back to the slide.
Yes, sir.
Just a simple question. I don't see anything on the west side.
Yes, sir. When the 2013 Comprehensive Mobility Plan was developed in partnership with Paso District TxDOT and other municipalities that we mentioned earlier, it was a complete $425 million comprehensive countywide plan that included improvements from Westway all the way out to Dornino. A majority of the projects that were handled within the city of El Paso and on the west side of town, and even in parts of the northeast, were all administered by TxDOT because they were on system. So the I-10 Go project was a $125 million project. It was over a quarter of the entire mobility plan, and the major widening of I-10 from Executive to North Mesa is that project, and that was part of the mobility plan. So the projects that the county was responsible for were on the east side of town, but by partnering together and bringing all the resources and funding together, we were able to expedite a lot of the projects that TxDOT was administering, therefore reducing the cost of those projects and getting them out to the public sooner rather than later, with the understanding that we needed to complete as many of those as soon as possible, given the pending major reconstruction of the interstate throughout the city of El Paso.
Well, yeah, you're talking about I-10.
Yes, sir.
But as far as the infrastructure within the areas of Westway, Benton, Anthony, Frontier, how would they stack up?
So it's a little different. What really makes the east side a unique area is the fact that so much of it is unincorporated, especially as compared to the northeast, where much of that is within city limits. But what we have done in the new long-range planning documents at the MPO is engage in some partnerships between the city of El Paso and the county, the village of Vinton and the county, and the town of Anthony and the county, to make some major improvements to Valley Chili Road, near the Great American off of I-10. We're also looking to expand Tom Mays, or it's also known as the Wrestler extension. We would take the Wrestler all the way from Loop 375 all the way up to Westway. The town of Anthony has actually requested us to evaluate whether we could take that north of Westway and actually connect it to the Anthony Gap. A project like that would be an ideal candidate for the Camino Real RMA, given the fact that the RMA is authorized to do projects in New Mexico as well as Texas. So we have in the queue a lot of local projects that the county has secured federal funding for. We're making those improvements on both sides of town. At the time that the mobility plan was developed, there were not any projects in the queue for the west side, and so we identified that when we were developing the new projects for the new MPO planning documents, and have since moved that forward and changed that.
So you say it was none in the queue. Was it because we didn't put it in the queue?
Right. So traditionally, the county had not had a lot of planning in terms of this, which is why the thoroughfare plan is so critical to what we need to, how we identify projects, because the mobility plan was adopted and these projects were identified. The county had began to evaluate utilizing tax increment reinvestment zones, and a lot of these projects were the projects tied to those TRZs. Ultimately, the TRZs were determined they weren't determined to be unconstitutional, but the AG office issued an opinion that they may be unconstitutional. A city can engage in a TRZ, but a county cannot. And so as a result, these were the projects that were in this first phase of project funding. However, moving forward, we recognize the need to have a more comprehensive and thoughtful and technical and data-driven process for project selection, which is why the partnership with the RMA for the thoroughfare plan will be very critical, because it will identify what the road needs are and that are regionally significant to help connect communities to communities, similar to the Westway Wrestler extension. That'll provide greater connectivity and a relief route to I-10 for residents in the Westway, Vincent, and Anthony area to Loop 375 in case there's ever a major accident along I-10, because if that ever occurs, they're effectively blocked in and limited in what they can do, because the only other option might be Doniphan, which is not developed to carry that much traffic. So we are looking at having a more holistic transportation program moving forward.
And that's the plan that the court approved the funding for on Monday.
And then, in terms of, so while we may have not been responsible for some of the project management, and some of these projects were on system, we do partner often with the district at TxDOT to provide feedback. Currently, I-10 is being evaluated. The I-10 corridor study is something that the county's been participating in, as well as the Doniphan corridor study, looking at what the future for Doniphan is, providing the issues that we know about in our department in terms of stormwater. There are places where Doniphan is flooded and washed out because an arroyo runs right through it. So we've been working with the districts and their engineering consultants to let them know that Doniphan is an important corridor. Even though it's not a road that we maintain, residents in the unincorporated areas rely on these roadways to move from A to B, and we need to make sure that in the events of a storm or any other sort of emergency, they're readily available for all residents.
Well, you make a good point, and I'm glad you mentioned Doniphan, because Doniphan and drainage is an issue in that area. Because you're talking about that area, but Benton, Westway, those are places where people reside, and you have a lot of traffic.
Yes, sir.
And it's growing.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
On a daily basis.
The Commissioner's Court just approved subdivision variance request in the Canapillo Heights area. So we are starting to see development tick up in that area as well, which will obviously increase transportation demand in that area.
Okay.
This is we're going to cue Wally, play this short video highlighting all the projects that I just went over.
A partnership between the county, City of Socorro, El Paso District of TxDOT, and the Camino Real RMA, Nuevo Hueco Tanks provides increased connectivity between the Greater Horizon area and historic Mission Valley. As the county's largest transportation investment to date, East Lake Phase 1 will expand the aged and outdated 4-lane road to a modern facility to improve mobility and safety for residents in the Greater Horizon area. Finished 9 months ahead of schedule, East Lake Phase 2 provides new development opportunities through greater access between Horizon Boulevard and Darrington Road. The new roadway also increases connectivity to outlying colonias along Horizon Boulevard. Using a private development agreement with Southwest Land Development, the county delivered a critical and long overdue connection between the city of El Paso and the Montana Vista community. The project reduces congestion along U.S. Highway 62 and also increases connectivity to East El Paso County. The original pavement along Vista del Sol only measured a few inches thick, proving insufficient for the growing residential and commercial traffic along the roadway. The upgraded 4-lane facility will serve residents in the city of El Paso and unincorporated communities in the area. Serving as one entrance to the Mission Ridge community, the recently opened roadway provides amenities to a variety of traffic modes, including cyclists and pedestrians through buffered bike lanes and extensive sidewalks. Developed in partnership with Hunt Communities, Mission Ridge Phase 1 serves numerous new subdivisions in East El Paso, including the redevelopment of the former West Texas Airport along Pelicano Drive. Also developed in partnership with Hunt Communities, Mission Ridge Phase 2 will extend the existing alignment and, when complete, will provide a new north and south connection between Pelicano Drive and East Lake Boulevard. The major reconstruction and widening of Pelicano Drive is federally funded and will begin construction summer of 2019. The project will help accommodate the rapidly developing corridor, enhancing safety, economic vitality and mobility. The shared use path will serve as a functional and recreational trail for residents of Tornillo. When complete, the trail will connect the entire community to Coyote Park, currently being renovated by the County Parks and Recreation Department. Also beginning at the end of fiscal year 2019 will be the design of the John Hayes Extension. The project will provide planning documents for a new roadway between the city of El Paso and the Greater Horizon area. Scheduled to begin construction in late 2019, Darrington Road will follow the design of all other major road investments in the area and provide long overdue congestion relief to existing and new motorists in the community.
We're jumping into the last section of the transportation as the public transit. Just a couple of programs that we have is the fleet and program operations. We have the FTA formula discretionary funding that we received by TxDOT, and then the partnership with MDOT and TxDOT on the funding in reference to the gold routes. Just some pending grants that are in the queue is the Formula 5311 for fiscal year 19, as well as the federal discretionary funds 5339 waiting for approval. That just gives you just a glance of the ridership currently. This is an overall ridership of the current county fleet. As you can see, it kind of dips down, increases and ridership increases and dips down. You'll see the significant drop in December, and that's because usually the holidays and during the holidays, that's why we see that dip chart. The other program that also county sponsors is the van pool, and again, this is just a total number of ridership that we have currently, and this is just a glimpse of the fiscal year 18. The ridership increases as well, as you can see by the chart. At this point, I open it up for any questions that you may have for myself, for Mr. Reyes, or Mr. Banderos.
Judge, Commissioners, I just want to mention, I believe that video footage was shot with our drone.
Yes.
So that was a great work too, also by, I mean, in addition to a good overview, it's great that we have that resource, and I think it makes it more realistic. Because when I read these on a piece of paper or even see it on a map, it's not the same as actually seeing the video footage. So.
Right, yeah, it's a big thanks to our GIS manager, Jorge Morales, and Ana Bonilla, our GIS specialist, who take the time to make those flights for not only all the public works departments, but also other support departments like economic development. So they work pretty diligently and enjoy flying. So Public Works has 5 licensed FAA drone pilots on staff.
Thank you for the presentation. Are we still on track for the regional transit proposal that we're working with the municipalities?
Yes. So I presented to the City of San Luisario on Tuesday. They had a public hearing, and they will have the final action item in 2 weeks. Next Tuesday, the March 6th, March 5th, the Village of Vinton has the presentation on their City Council agenda. So to date, we've received commitments from the 2 largest municipalities, Town of Horizon City and the City of Socorro. It's gone favorably. It's gone well in San Luisario, so not to be presumptuous, but I think that they've indicated that they will participate. The Village of Vinton was very eager to place this on their agenda as well. The only municipality we've not heard back from is the Town of Clint, and the Town of Anthony. Our staff did present, and they stated that they did not want to participate. So as a result, we will be bringing an item forward to the Commissioners Court to authorize a new task order with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute to allow them to come and provide technical service to help negotiate some of the inconsistencies in scenarios and everything else. But we do have a plan on having a lot of these agreements in place by the beginning of fiscal year 20, and ensuring that all of those costs are allocated in each participating government's budget, which is the reason why we've reached out and presented to councils now in the hopes of ensuring that they can adequately plan for that for next fiscal year.
Was there any particular reason why Anthony chose not to participate?
I believe that the reason that they gave Mr. Alonso during the presentation was just the cost was very high. They compared it to the fact that their electric bill is less than what the cost of transit would be. The cost model was developed independent of the county. It was developed by the Texas A&M Transportation Institute. They evaluated the amount of service miles that run through each municipality, and that's how effectively they measured the access of service that the community had to transit, and the cost is based on that. So they said that they wanted to keep things as is. The Town of Horizon City said they wanted the most expensive option, and the City of Socorro said they wanted the least expensive option. So as we gain additional commitments from other municipalities, we will require TTI's assistance to help us piece together a system that is going to be able to accommodate the varying needs and preferred scenarios of service from each entity. But I would like to follow up with Anthony and let them know, especially if we have commitments from a lot of the other municipalities, that this is moving forward, and maybe ask them to reconsider their participation.
So how does Westway and Huntsville fit in?
So the unincorporated areas are the responsibility of the county. So the county's scenarios range anywhere from, I believe it's 1.5 to about close to $3 million in cost, with 3 different scenarios that expand transit service. And so that would be the, once we have all these commitments from everyone else, we want to present to the Commissioners Court and then ask the court to determine which preferred scenario does the court want, and then at that point we can bring in TTI to help identify and sort of mediate a scenario that is going to meet everyone's needs, and then develop a very specific cost model so that way they know the exact amount that they can expect to budget within their fiscal year 20 budget.
Are we modeling that based on, I'm not saying it's the best in the world, but what they have in New Mexico?
The model that we are using is the use of creation of a Texas local government corporation, which is authorized in the Transportation Code. I remember that code. The Transportation Code authorizes a community, a group of local governments and nonprofit entities to establish a corporation for the purposes of delivering transportation projects. The goal here is to create a separate and independent entity from all the agencies, including the county, that would then collect all the revenue, and then that agency would contract for service with Sun Metro. And so to the user in Fabens, they would then be able to get on a Sun Metro bus and connect to Sun Metro bus, buy one fare card that's good across the entire county. And so they would perceive it to be one seamless regional transit system, so effectively it would be. But behind the curtain, it would be a series of interlocal agreements, it would be a series of pledge agreements that actually transfer funds from different governments to one entity and then to another. And so we've been coordinating with the county attorney's office on this because it is a pretty complex matter. And so moving forward, as we start to gain more of these commitments, we'll follow up and bring the county attorney's office into the fold to start to put together these documents.
How do you envision the operation and maintenance?
Everything would be contracted out for service to Sun Metro. So effectively, Sun Metro would expand its service boundaries to the entire county. And so the county would not have to, the county nor the local government corporation that it would create in partnership with other entities would not have to concern itself with operations, would not have to concern itself with maintenance. Everything would be handled out of the Sun Metro facility. So the city is currently is out for RFP for their transit provider. Whoever they end up selecting would be the transit provider by default for the county's regional transit service.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
we're dancing. Sorry, it's almost right.
Sorry. Before we do the closing remarks, I wanted to give an opportunity for Mr. Raymond Tejas to say a few words if you have any questions for Mr. Tejas in reference to the community.
Thank you. Good morning, Raymond Tejas.
Morning.
Executive Director of the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. So I don't really have any remarks. I'm just here to answer any questions if you have any. I will note that you've got a very strong team in your Public Works Division, and we've really enjoyed developing our partnership. I think we've done some good work. But I'm here for any questions you have.
Primarily, Mr. Landeros back there. Just want to thank you for your leadership. I think we're extremely fortunate. Your capacity to understand these matters are incredible. As I sit here and listen to what you're doing and your team is doing, I don't think there's two more important things, connectivity that we've always wanted for our county, everybody be able to be part of the entire, every quality of life initiative, and just to see the sadness of having the Chihuahuas, but people not being able to get here, just didn't make sense. So that's an important part of what the county should be doing, is that connectivity. And for the Fabens Airport, I don't think I can think of an initiative that can drive economic development more in the county than that. Talk to Dr. Natalicio, her excitement of both the research side and being able to have an airport of that caliber that we're looking at. Business people have talked to me about, what that means to their business and potential business. So those two projects are just an amazing part of what the county is all about. So I want to thank you for that leadership and for your team.
No, thank you. And, I'm new to this position. I just began back in October. A lot of I would say all of the heavy lifting to get us to this presentation today has been handled by, Sal, Reina, Daniel, Bob, Mr. Tejas at the RMA, and all of the engineering consultants that we've been lucky enough to develop partnerships with. all the other municipalities. We've all really seen the county's focus on transportation grow over the past 6 years, and it's been very positive.
Excellent presentation. Thank you, all of you, Mr. Deus and Sal, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We would like to now go to item number 9, Judge. It will be an executive session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Commissioners, court will recess into executive session to discuss item number 9. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.07.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Yes, they are. They said go ahead.
Okay, good.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to open session.
Judge, Commissioners, we're going to ask that you postpone item number 5, the presentation and overview of the Public Works Department, until the next special meeting in March. We're going to also ask, and Jessica and Caesar, if you need to read these in, let me know. We're going to also ask that you postpone to Monday item number 8, which is the pursuant to Texas Government Code, approve and adopt the investment policy as of February 28, 2019.
So we're going to roll this to the Monday meeting?
Please.
Okay, then we don't have to take action on this. I'll just roll it over.
Okay. So number 5, roll to March. Number 8, postpone to Monday. And then item number 6, we'd like an action to delete it. So if you'll read that item in.
Go ahead and read it.
Item number 6, postponed from July 28, 2019. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize a second amendment to the agreement with the Sheldon Group, LP, for additional space and improvements to house the county tax office annex at the 424 Executive Boulevard site.
We are working with the tax office on this item. We'd ask that it be deleted. We will bring it back when we're ready. And we need a motion to delete.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The legal office would like to know if you all would like to postpone item 11 to a Monday.
We're okay with if we postponing that. We're not on any deadline or rush.
Would you like me to roll that one to this Monday then? Then we
11 and 12?
11 and 12 if the court wants.
11 and 12.
Court's pleasure.
Okay. Just go ahead and take these over to Monday's meeting.
And with that, would the court like to take a short recess before we continue other agenda items? Judge, would you like to take a short recess?
Yes, I would.
10 minutes before we continue other agenda items?
Thank you.
Commissioners Court will recess for 10 minutes.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into open session. Item number 14, approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to submit a grant application for FY 2019 Federal Transit Administration, Section 5311 Federal Formula Rural Areas Public Transportation Project Grant.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. José Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. This is a grant that the county has applied for pretty consistently since we've operated a rural transit service. The grant is just requires no cash match from the county and is the formula funding through the 5311 Federal Transit Administration Program that funds the day-to-day operations of the commuter bus service the county operates. And we're asking for the court's favorable consideration to allow us to submit the application today.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Fettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Summers?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
Just real quick before we go to item 4, we need you to post, or we want to just make you aware that we'd like to postpone item 13 until Monday, 1 week from this Monday, because Mr. Cintron won't be here Monday. We'd like to postpone it till the 11th.
So moved. 13.
We don't need a motion.
We don't need action. We can just
We just
that.
need you to.
February.
Item 15 will...
No.
Sorry, item 4.
Item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the FY 2020 budget and fiscal overview.
Judge, Commissioners, on this item, in preparation for the upcoming fiscal year process for fiscal year 2020, we began giving departments information this month, well, March. In March, we begin giving them information about the budget. So to prepare the information that we're going to give them in the guidelines, we want to provide a financial overview with the court and just some preliminary outlook so that you understand why we're recommending the direction that we will be recommending to you for the budget process. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Wally Hargrove.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This afternoon, I'm going to go over your key important dates that are upcoming for the rest of this year. Preliminary revenue estimates we've received from the county auditors. Preliminary overview of the the FY19 projected fund balance going to FY 2024. You do an outlook on the FY20 expenditure projections. I'll close the budget portion with recommendations, open it up for discussion and questions, and then I'll be turning it over to Mrs. Melissa Carrillo from Human Resources to discuss the elected official's salary and options for you to consider later this year in FY20. Important dates, I've just keyed on the key ones that I need the court for. August 7th through 9th, budget hearings for the county will be held from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. If necessary, I'm also asking the staff to reserve August 13th through the 15th if we need those dates, also 9 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the last day of hearings this year would be August 16th for outside entities. We would have half a day dedicated to University Medical, the other half of the day dedicated to Emergency Service Districts 1 and 2. Proposed fiscal year 2020 overview. Auditors' preliminary revenues received as of January 30th, $276 million was his preliminary estimate. Those estimates are down $789,000 or just a little over 0.25% from our FY19 estimates. Major areas that are subject to change will be any revenues that are affected by legislative changes that make it through this session, whether that's property taxes or fees. Property taxes, our average growth for the last 3 years has been $750 million in new value. That equates to about $3.5 million of new revenue to the County of El Paso. Right now, there's no revenue growth built into this first preliminary estimate. Sales tax growth for the last few years has averaged $3.5 million. That's about 3.77% per year. Right now, there's $1 million included in Mr. Dion's estimate. We met last week, and there's probably a little bit of room to come up, but he wants to get a few more months down the road before he gets a little more aggressive on that estimate. Charges for services have seen the most downward movement. Those include the categories of fines, fees, court costs, and federal prisoner income. Right now, that estimate is down $1.6 million. Our FY19 budget had federal prisoner income at an average of 650 prisoners a day. We've been averaging for the first 5 months of this year 639 prisoners per day. He dropped his estimate down to 600. We've already talked about, as that pans out for a few more months, that estimate may need to be bumped up a little bit, maybe not so severe of a reduction. But he estimates the revenues, and we'll discuss those closely. Also, he dropped investment income down by $750,000 based on the current investable principal we have and the current rate environment. As we also enter our investment advisory agreement and we look at the investments that are recommended to us and we make decisions on those investments, that estimate may change in the future as well. So these are our preliminaries. Preliminary revenue estimate for 2020 based off of my estimates on what I think revenue would come in at once we have all these things included. Based off of trends from prior years, I think we're going to hit about $290 million in revenue. Not as an estimate, as an actual. Based off the last 3 years' trends, we've grown at an average of $9.36 million a year, or 3.65%. And we'll caution you that trend does include our highest appraisal year ever in calendar year 19 taxes, where we had almost 5% property value growth. Revenue expense and fund balance. So on this table, this shows our historical past 5 years. FY19 right now is an estimate, but it's a pretty, FY18 is an estimate. The audit is almost completed. It's just a little under $87 million at this point, but you can see where our fund balance started in 14, add the revenues, subtract the expenses, and you end with the ending fund balance, and that just flows forward from year to year to year. So all the way through 17, these are actual audited numbers. 18 is an estimate. 18 is an estimate, but we're going to finish right under $87 million. Carrying that $87 million into FY19, looking at projected revenues of $283 million, expenses of $288 million. That fund balance will finish the year somewhere in the area of $81 million. I'll qualify that. That is based off of the fact that there are several large appropriations we have in there for strategic planning, transportation, economic incentives, as well as our stormwater needs. If those expenses don't materialize as aggressively or materialize less aggressively, that fund balance number of 81, Mr. Dion's estimate is, if you colored all those gone, we're at $69 million on reserves. So we're going to finish somewhere between that 81 and 69. We're meeting with your public works and other staff just to see what the status of those. And I'll be giving you a quarterly update again. The first meeting in April, the special meeting in April will be the quarter number 2 results, and the special meeting in July will be quarter number 3 results. So we'll zero in on where we think those reserves are going to finish up with a much more accurate prediction. That then takes and moves those historical averages based off of trends into the future. But as you can see, when we start getting out to 2021, 22, based on our budget, our expenses, and our revenue projections, we're going to see some pretty steep consumption of reserve if we don't do a couple of things, and that is start curving the line on expenditures and then enhancing our revenue stream as well. I'll talk about those in just a moment. This just puts the table into graphical representation. The top line starting on the left is the revenues. That's the green line that starts at 232, runs through FY18 and FY19, you can see those two lines intersect. So where we've had revenues over expenses, you've seen a growth in the reserves, but starting in 19, we believe there's going to start being a consumption, and that is expenditures over revenues and a direct correlation to a drop off in the reserve position. Preliminary outlook, as I mentioned, FY19 beginning balance, it looks like the fund balance is going to wrap up just over $86 million. Estimated revenues, now these are my projections on revenues, finishing the year at 283, expenses at 288, brings the fund balance at about $81 million. That's our beginning fund balance estimated for fiscal year 2020. If revenues come in, as you saw on the other slide, at about $290 million, and expenses, and I'll qualify this expense number on the next slide, are in the $307 million range, that fund balance could be as low as $64 million at the end, and that should say 2020, my apologies, just at the end of 2020.
Just real quick,
Yes, ma'am.
Wally, a couple things when we talk about our outlook. First of all, we are going to bring in, we hope to bring them in next month at the special meeting, but we're also bringing in, I've been in discussions with Roberto Coronado from the Fed to also come in and help us with some economic, some overviews of what the economic status is, the economic outlook is. And then also for those who are listening or who may be in attendance today, just to be clear, we're going to cover the elected officials' salaries and options for the court to consider, and just to give us some guidance going forward. We are not expecting the court to make any definitive decisions today, just some information and guidance for us.
Thank you. As noted in the footnote at the bottom of the slide, ending and beginning balances on the revenues and expenses could be impacted by any unspent allocations that are carried forward. So if we don't spend stormwater as aggressively as we hope to this year, any unspent and unallocated appropriations, we will reappropriate into FY 2020. So we're building up that stormwater to meet our needs. As you're aware, we've got over $200 million worth of stormwater needs. And we're just moving in that direction to start funding some of those needs.
And Wally,
yes, sir.
When you say the ending balance, that includes the 38 million that we have set aside for our operations and 6 months out or whatever.
That's our emergency reserve. Yes, sir. Preliminary FY20 outlook. Projected major unavoidable expense growth averages about $2.5 million a year. Those unavoidable expense growths include things such as our commodities, our food and our fuel, software contracts on the software that runs our computer system. They have factored in there for contracted growth. The Road and Bridge Fund, we've talked about it for the last few years. We've been aggressively paving. We've been drawing down our reserves. If we meet our paving plans this year, we'll exhaust our reserves, and this will be a year we need to contribute just to maintain our current level of paving and new road construction, $3.5 million to maintain current operations.
That's not just paving, that's everything.
Yes.
That's our entire road and bridge maintenance.
So that'll bring it very close into alignment with what we have received as a beneficiary to the general fund with a change in the auto sales tax. That auto sales tax is a little over $5.5 million. We've moved road and bridge administration into the general fund. Now we need to look at covering the cost of paving and our overlay with a contribution from the general fund.
And again, I don't want you all to think we can say, oh, no paving this year and we don't need that funding. This is our general road maintenance. This is potholes. This is shoulders. This is everything.
FY20 new appropriations. So in the last 2 years for strategic initiatives, we've spent an average of $9.8 million as we've looked at adding things onto our program for economic incentives, for our stormwater, for the studies that we're doing, our infrastructure planning. In the upcoming year, looking at the possibility of community infrastructure needs to the tune of $1 million. Our estimate for FY20 impact for regional transit participation is $2.1 million. We knew this building would get us to 2020. We're real close. We have some urgent space needs. As you've discussed space needs in former meetings, we know we've got a couple of facility options. We've been in discussion with the potential of leasing some space over at the Blue Flame building. That would be an operating lease. We can't capitalize that. About 27,000 square feet over the next 5 years. The impact would be somewhere between $2.5 million to $3.25 million. We are looking at a purchase option of the facility. It's about 43,000 square feet. The benefit of an outright purchase, we've got capital funds we could allocate. That's $5 million, one-time acquisition, no ongoing cost, except the FF&E we would need to furnish that with. We could take that out of current bond proceeds, and then we would have some operating costs for the facility, electric, gas, water, and maintenance. Lastly, long-term debt. The payment terms we could look at, we know we have an opportunity to have significant long-term debt added to the budget in the year 2023 because we have a $4 million drop-off in our principal and interest payments. However, if we want to look at issuing debt a little bit sooner, we could look at a current issue and then do a pop-up on the debt payments in 2023 when our debt schedule drops off. That would help us meet our long-term needs over the next 20 years. Total impact at its maturity is about a 2 cent property tax increase. That would also include part of our justice reform that we're looking at, some improvements in the downtown facilities. Those at 2 cents would probably generate somewhere between 90 and depending on when we issue it and how the bond market is, between $90 and $110 million in capital proceeds that we could use for acquisition, renovation, construction. Other things we've discussed with you as we've developed our strategic planning this year is a needs to improve our communication and marketing. We've got an estimate right now about $200,000. Funding some of our homelessness needs here in the community. We've got a placeholder right now, about $250,000. Effectively improving our census results and working in a collaborative fashion with other entities within the community for some good aggressive advertising campaign to get a highest census results as possible. Give you an example where that plays in. We just got our Indigent Defense Award this month, just under $900,000. 50% of what we get for indigent defense is population based. So the more accurate our population is, and that benefits this community directly in reimbursements such as indigent defense.
I want to clarify something. These are things that could be considered. These are definitely not things that, I mean, obviously these are all items still for the court to discuss.
Yes.
We listed them here. I don't think we need to read each one of them.
Okay.
But we listed them here as a reference of these are the types of things and the types of impacts. And these are all, we have not fully gone out and priced how much each of these would cost. But we're trying to show you an idea of some of the expenses that would be included in your 2020 budget based on discussions you all have specifically had. Wally, can you go to the next slide? And some of these are additional things that we know are just traditional. Well, obviously redistricting is not, but these are traditional costs that you have included in your budget for personnel and staffing. One discussion I had with Wally and Melissa this week is when we look at the investment that we've made in personnel over the last 7 years due to our reclassification fund and COLAs and steps. Is this in here?
Yes.
The impact?
No, I don't have that impact in here.
So we know that there's been an impact in our personnel cost. When you look at our expense growth, we know when you take how much we've invested in reclassification and you compound that yearly, and how much we've invested in COLAs and steps to help get us up to where we need to be. Over the last 7 years, it's over $20 million we've invested in personnel cost. And it's just something that as we go into this year's outlook, we need to be very mindful of. So, I'm sorry, Mike, if you want to go to the total.
So overall total, if you look at just the things that we have included in the budget pass and the things that you need to think about considering for the FY20 budget, that overall potential impact of the general fund right now adds up to about $19 million. On the capital side, $1 million, and the possibility for new debt between $90 and $110 million. Proposed recommendations leading into the FY 2020 budget for your consideration, and these are recommendations I've worked with Ms. Keller on, and we've talked about it with Human Resources as well. On that course of action, we are asking that we do plan for our contractually required or market-driven budget increases. Those are things that I believe are rather unavoidable. If departments have budget neutral increases that they're asking for, so if they need an appropriation, let's use the example Mrs. Keller gave you this morning on that new program that she pitched. It's going to cost us $43 million, but we're going to generate in revenue potentially 4 times our cost. Those are things we do want to consider if they're cost neutral. In some instances, it may be stopping one program but beginning another where it's appropriation neutral as well. We certainly want to recognize any budget efficiencies we can this fiscal year. We want to look at if there are places we can do elimination or reduction, and specifically I'll look at the lower jail populations. The first few months of this year, we were running in the mid 2300s or 2400 average daily population. Last couple of months, we're running down to 2200 average daily population. So we've got to look at what are the staffing allocations we need to consider if those population trends are going to continue. The budgeting for our county strategic plan items, make sure we continue our stormwater, our economic impact fund, and to the extent that we don't use those entirely this year, is reappropriating any unused balances. The ultimate goal is to build both of those up to meet this community's needs. We do need to look at the possibility of a tax rate increase if we're going to do a debt issuance and to meet other capital needs, either strategically or just basic capital needs we have to maintain our assets. As a reminder, this county 3 out of the last 4 years has adopted a tax rate below the effective tax rate. And this year we adopted the effective tax rate, which was below the tax rate we had the prior 3 years. So this county has taken their fiduciary responsibility, held the line on taxation for quite some time. One of the few entities in this community to do so. But we do need to focus on that long-term goal of aligning revenues and expenditures so that we can preserve our fund balance for more meaningful and impactful investments that we're doing as one-time expenses rather than trying to use our reserves solely to balance the budget. With that, I'll open the budget side of this for discussion and feedback, and then I'm going to turn over the presentation to Ms. Cadillo for an overview of elected officials.
The prior slide.
Yes, sir. So my recommendation is that operationally, and even on the personnel side, that we look at, this needs to be a year we don't look at growing our bottom line as we have in the past. As Ms. Keller mentioned, the last 7 years, we've invested over $20 million in personnel addition, regrade, reassessment of wage analysis, and we need to get those lines in line.
So we still plan to bring you all some options, but generally, based on past discussions, but generally we're recommending our instructions to department that it is a real hard hold the line on expense growth.
And I'm also asking in areas where they have gained efficiencies, and we look where we can tighten those appropriations up and recognize the benefit of process and program improvement, that we look at tightening wherever we can and do some budgetary reduction.
Commissioner,
What percent? So the $20 million, I guess, what percentage did that add to our, I guess, personnel costs? I guess before this plan first started 7 years ago. If you don't have that now, maybe that's something you can provide later.
For a cumulative percentage, yeah, we'll get you a cumulative percentage that's added.
10-20% increase to personnel, and then also in looking at, I mean, you make a very important point about the revenue and expense alignment. If you go, I think back, you had showed those two lines. Yeah, it is, yes, we have held the line on taxes, which I think is a positive thing for this community, but at the same time, it's not that we haven't held the line on expenses, and at one point the county was growing at 14% a year. Are we still at that level where we're growing 14% a year? I saw some of your projections. I was trying to calculate.
Right now, our general fund budget is $352 million. $38 million of that is our emergency reserve. So I would back that out for day-to-day operations, $314 million daily operation budget. As you look at, if we were to grow a similar amount that we've grown in years past at the tune of $19 million, a 5% growth would be about a $15 million range. So you're looking somewhere in that 7.5% or 8%. The 14% have been our high years. We probably averaged closer to the 7 or 8%, but it's 7 or 8% growth,
right,
with our taxation staying level, and we're starting to get to that point where it's the alligator's mouth is open. We may start consuming some of those reserves.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Other questions about where our plans are to take the recommendations on the hard hold the line with departments and looking at benefiting from some of those efficiencies and new programs?
It's probably going to, I think, require just further discussion. I mean, we really have to look at those areas where we've been, really successful. I mean, Judge Streckel's here. I mean, criminal control and criminal justice reform has been critical, and I'd like to see, further reduction in our jail population. But that's sort of the meat and potatoes of what county governments are supposed to do. Is making sure that we're doing all we can in criminal justice system, making sure people are getting their attorneys on time, making sure that we don't have a lot of folks that are sitting in jail for a long time. I mean, I think investments in strategic areas such as those have really, paid off. And I think I'm sure there's a whole host of other areas where, investments have paid off. So
and that's where we're going to put some of our emphasis and our focus this year. But you're right, public safety spending for the first 5 months this year is 46% of every dollar we spend in public safety. Most of that's in jails.
And then at the same time, we also have just, growth that we can't ignore. People have heard me say this all the time. I mean, we have folks moving in Far East Side every day, Far West Side every day, and the I think the level of infrastructure that we provide is still inadequate. I still think when it comes to street lighting and things like that, our standards don't meet other urban standards like in the city of El Paso. I mean, those are things that we're going to have to continue to evaluate, but that's going to continue to put increasing pressure on county governments as cities can't annex anymore, and so if we're going to have these communities that we're going to be forever responsible for, whether that be roads, street signs, we're looking at regional transit and
water, sewer,
and then also we still lack when we provide other types of infrastructure that are very important, whether it be rec centers, other sort of things. We have no library system in the county. I think these are things that are important to a strong, vibrant, sustainable community, and we have more people living outside the city of El Paso in county territory that don't have access to these same resources, and it's just also something that we.
And a lot of those resources are important to economic development.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other discussion or questions for I relinquish the podium to HR?
Thank you. Bring on your own slide.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. As Betsy mentioned, this portion of our presentation is really being brought to your attention early on in the year so that we can really gauge your guidance, your direction, and start putting in place a plan of action that will affect our elected officials. It gives us ample time to also speak with them and communicate some of the direction that we're receiving today. I want to remind the court as to where we stand on our philosophy, our pay philosophy concerning elected officials. In the past, what we've looked at is our per capita, and if you see on the screen, back in 2015, El Paso's per capita stands at $32.9. And when you compare it against the top 10 most populous counties, you can see that we're paying at 64% of what the rest of those 9 counties are at. When you compare it against the state, El Paso comes in at a 71% market. And so what we've done in prior years is set a threshold for our elected officials at 70%. And when we talk about 70%, we're looking at the position that we want to be in the market. You often hear organizations need to make decisions. Do they want to lag the market? Do they want to meet the market? Or do they want to lead the market? When we set out and say that we are going to pay at 70% when we know that the rest of the counties pay at different rates, we are choosing a position of lagging the market. And we've set that currently at 70%. If we look at the 11 elected officials that come to the court every year in terms of determining what that salary will be, you can see that the pay history here, there are 3 of the 11 positions that have received increases as recent as fiscal year 2019. The other 8 have not received an increase since 2015, and the last time they received it was in an increment of 3%. The next slide I want to talk about is wage compression. Wage compression often occurs when you have salaries of certain employees creeping up on the other employees, regardless of their experience or their tenure within those positions. The slide that is before you now indicates the wage compression of your elected officials as they creep up against their second in command. And for the purpose of this discussion, our county court judges, there is no second in command to our county court judge. Therefore, we used other trial team chiefs, division chiefs, and senior division chiefs within the county to show an indication of what that might look like. The first 3 positions, your county attorney, your district attorney, and your county court judge, have wage compression where employees that are subordinate to them have now passed them in terms of their salary that they are earning. The county attorney is at a negative 10%. District attorney is at a negative 6%, and your county court judges, if using those attorney positions, is at a negative 4.6%. When you also look at wage compression, if you were to ask me, Melissa, what's a reasonable spread? It honestly depends on what the employer's philosophies would like to be. But in this particular case, we recommend a 10% spread between the leader of the department and that second in command. And so you can see where other positions are starting to come up as well. This is the slide we tend to present to you every budget year, and you will see what our current elected officials are making And we are fortunate, I'm grateful to my team for working with the other counties and being able to get the FY19 pay salary so early in the year. But you can see what we're paying versus what the rest of the top 10 most populous counties are paying. And that is the average rate when you use those top 10 counties. On the very far right side, you will see what the variance looks like. Every year, when we bring this to our Commissioner's Court, we will say that you can see anywhere that we start going beyond 30%, that shows that we have now surpassed that 70% market threshold we like to use. And so if today was budget day and we were to take action, HR would be recommending a pay increase in various amounts of 5%, 4%, 3%, 2% across those bottom 8 elected officials to ensure that they stay at that 30% threshold. But one of the things that's super important about looking at this is every year when we do this, we are literally chasing the state's tail. Because if we were to recommend those increases today, they're recommending increases at the same time. So when we're catching up, they're going beyond. When we catch up, they go beyond. And if we do not do something to correct that in the coming budget year, this will be the status of what we present to you every Commissioner's Court budget season every year thereafter. And so I want to make sure I bring that to your attention.
Which, just on that note, that creates a really difficult situation for the court every single year because we're only catching up.
One of the other important distinctions I'd like to make on this slide is when you look at your county attorney, we often have compared to the top 10 most populous counties. Your county attorney, there are not county attorney positions within all 10 of those counties. There are actually only within 4, and that is Travis County, Harris County, Fort Bend, and Montgomery County. Now, when you also look at those 4 counties, when we compare against the average salary of those 4, you can see where our county attorney is pretty equal with the rest of those 4. But a distinction to be made is that only Travis County and Harris County have a county attorney who provides attorney and legal representation to a local health authority and a local mental health, the local hospital district and a local mental health authority. If you used just Travis and Harris as a comparable, the average of those 2 counties is $190,000, which is different than what you see up here. And you can see that our county attorney would lag that market by 5% versus the 1% you're seeing on the screen. So it's important to note when we do this, we compare across the top 10, not knowing what duties they have. Does this county attorney do something different than what they do in this county? These are straight average salaries. And another distinction to be made on this slide is with your county court judges. We have knowledge and understand that the state is working on proposing salary changes for their district court judges. At this point, the state provides $140,000 minimum thresholds for the district court judges, with options for counties to supplement up to $18,000. Some of what's being proposed at the state level this year is raising that $140,000 to $161,000, with supplements changing to a max of $22,200. And so that's just important to bring to your attention as well. So if we look at updated data and you look at per capita, as of most recent, the 2017 year is what we have, you'll see that El Paso did step up a little bit and it's now at 34.5. When you compare it against the top 10 counties average, rather than 64%, we're now at 67% of that market. And then again, we're at 73% of the state. The reason why this slide indicates a potential salary change to 73% is as we continue to close in on the market, where it was 64% a few years ago, we're 3% higher. One option for the court to consider if they continue using this as a threshold is to say, we'll now close the gap by 73% versus the 70% you've been using in prior years. And with that, I'd like to present a few options for the court's consideration this afternoon. Option number 1, continue using per capita as you have in recent years, as compared to the top 10 most populous counties, plus that 6% per, which would be a change of 73%. Option 2 is utilizing wage compression solely, closing our gap, and then increasing it by 10% for those elected officials to ensure that change between number 1 and number 2. Of course, that percent range would change based on the position. And then option number 3, which is the option that I would recommend, is that the court consider looking at adopting an 80% model, or what we can do to get closer to an 80% model for our elected officials. Again, we're at 70%, and the way to get to 80 is in incremental steps. Some of the analysis that we have conducted is proposing that over the course of the next 3 fiscal years, that you would close the gap in fiscal year 20, which were those various 5%, 4%, 3% changes, in addition to 10% every single year until fiscal year 22, where our county, we propose that our county will catch up to the rest of the top 10 most populous counties within 80%. The reason why I recommend this is when we work hard to align our county employees are currently being paid with a 90% market threshold in mind. And so when we pay our elected officials at 70%, we have 2 different pay philosophies out there. And my recommendation to the court is whatever we can do to align those 2 pay philosophies, the better off we are. And with that, is there any questions from the court?
One of the issues with the compression option is that we've now adopted 2 separate, you have an attorney one and you have a non-attorney one. And so if you adopt, I don't think that's really going to be a viable option, because if that's factored into, let's say, the county attorney, district attorney, or the judges, you're going to create,
yes,
a gap between certain elected officials and others. And so that's one concern with that option.
And I'm glad you pointed that out. It's not an option that's favorable to me as well. We've talked about the random scenarios. If you have tenured elected officials who choose not to run, and a newer, less tenured elected official comes in, that wage compression with the new staff may be significant, where we're no longer attacking the 10% threshold. It may be 40%, depending on who gets elected. So this is not a favorable option. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yes, sir.
Are we going to get comparable salary tables for, something I requested, that of looking at, what does a prosecutor here get paid compared to what somebody does in Harris County, or maybe something in the county attorney's office, or comparable, whatever it is that we used to get that, I think, early on in our old budget books.
We get that from TAC. They do it every 2 or 3 years. Every 2 years. TAC does, they do it on, mostly I believe, on elected officials. They give a...
Right, no, but I'm saying of staffing tables. I mean, I hope that can be part of this year's budget.
And you're talking about the total compensation packages, where it includes their benefits.
Well, as we go through the budgets of every department, we should have staffing tables.
Oh, our staffing tables?
Yes, yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So just with doesn't have to be identified as the person's position and compensation, so we can evaluate that.
And I do know that we have Judge Trejo in the audience. I don't know, Judge, if you wanted to speak, and Judge Chu.
Commissioners, any questions?
Well, I can
Did you all want to? He was saying he wanted to hear from y'all if they wanted to say something.
Well, just to let you know that as we speak, the district judges, they're set to get a raise, and a big raise from the state. Keep in mind that we are $1,000 less than them, so whatever, if they go up by statute, we need to go up. The other thing that's worth mentioning is that the state reimburses you for 60% of my salary. So my salary does not come out of you completely. It does initially, but then the state reimburses $84,000. So I think, I believe the last time we used to be, since we are county employees, 100% county employees, we used to get COLAs when all the other employees would get COLAs. That stopped about 2015, I believe, or 2014. We will be asking, I can tell you, we will be asking for a COLA increase. And there's also, on the district judge's side, there is a longevity pay. Any judge who has been here, or any district judge that has been here more than 16 years, and there's 6 county court judges that have been here more than 16 years, receive 0.031 of their monthly salary every month. So we will be asking comparably. That is allowed under Government Code 659.0445. By no means am I telling you it's mandatory, because it's not, and it's a may. So that is what we will be asking for the county courts.
So I got a question for you, Judge. So did you say that as statutorily, if the state raises the district court judges, we have to bring you within $1,000?
Yes, that's 25.005.
It says they are to be paid.
No less than.
Not less than $1,000 less than the district judges.
From all sources. So we provide, if they get a state salary, district judge gets a state salary and a local supplement, you shall pay your county court of law judges no less than $1,000 from all sources.
So if that bill is passed, the district court judges will go up $20,000, $21,000.
No, it depends. What they're looking at is pay scales. If you're new, then you come in at the 158. You're not going to get an increase. You've been here 4 years, it's a 10% raise. You've been here 8 years, it's a 20% raise. 12 years, 30% raise. So,
based on the studies that the judicial
yes, and it's the fact that the district judges have not received, I believe, a pay raise since 2012, and there's a judicial committee, and there's a report out there too. And if anybody wants a copy of it, I can forward it. But based on all that, the legislature feels that the district judges should get a pay raise. We're keeping our fingers crossed. I'm just telling you how that affects you.
Yeah. So how do we base? Because if they're different levels of pay for the district court judges, then what does the statute say? We have to pay at least we go to the lowest rate or the highest rate for the county court judges?
So as Judge Trejo was saying currently, so the bill is still not out of committee. From what I understand it, it's not out of committee, and it's being proposed. And I read the report, and the report indicates that based on the level of experience you have, but the large majority of that experience is in the more senior threshold. And so if they were to go to a 161 base or stick at the 158 base, we'd have to really just balance what they end up deciding and ensuring that if the statute doesn't change, we pay no less than 1,000 less than that number.
Then the lowest
Or it
level?
doesn't say lowest, and it doesn't say highest.
And it's changing this
It's
year,
vague,
potentially.
and it's very ambiguous, and could lead to a lot of
in that state,
litigation in the state. Because, I mean, there's 243, or how many counties? 254. So, it just says a district judge in the county. Yes, so it's one of those ambiguous things. I guess once you'll find out, once we find out.
Right.
But in the event that doesn't pass, we will be asking for a COLA and longevity pays. If that passes,
that's if that doesn't pass. So
yes.
You're not saying you're going to have. If
we're
that
not
passes, you're going to ask for a COLA.
No, we're not going to be greedy. I can assure you that we're not going to be greedy. It's if we're nicely compensated because of the district judges, we are not going to be asking for anything else.
Okay, that was kind of what I was wanting to get to.
I would say, while Office of Budget Policy, is that we need to look and see if there's any companion notes in that bill that tie it to the other government code, Chapter 25, that sets the thresholds for county court of law judges.
I believe
we do
that's
get just
where
under
they're
$1 million
headed.
a year in reimbursements. So to the extent, I suspect, to the extent that if district judges went up and county court of law judges went up, the reimbursement we would get from the state should go up accordingly as well in direct correlation, unless they change the statute. Yeah, should and will are two different things. Yes, sir.
And Judge, you said 64%.
60% of our salary, which is $84,000, is reimbursed from the state.
And 100% of the district court judges, and then we supplement.
100% is paid by the state.
Right, by the state.
We
The
pay
district court
100% of the
judges.
supplement.
Right.
Any questions, comments?
I hope the state increases. It makes it easier on us because part of the reason why we changed the system, before the elected officials were getting, all elected officials, not just judges, were getting COLAs just like county employees, and I don't think that's the intent of. I think every year the Commissioner's Court is supposed to take a look at elected official salaries and set them. But when we got into the COLAs, every year there were. I think the sheriff's is kind of one example. Under Leo Samaniego, who had been here for many, many years, he had, I guess, 20 years.
Steps he received.
Oh, steps. Oh, that's right. We used to have a step system for years. And so, but when Sheriff Wiles came in, that that wasn't adjusted, and so there wasn't really any rhyme or reason as to why it is where it is, aside from the steps that was by the previous elected official. So we made the decision to no longer give steps and COLAs, and I think for the judges, we just tied it to what the state did, and I think that's sort of a fair way of doing it, so that way there's, as I mentioned previously, we don't have a situation where we have judges here making more than what the Supreme Court justices are with annual COLAs. But I do hope the state increases salaries. It makes it easier for us. It's the other electeds that it gets harder to determine.
That, and then I believe what they're also trying to do is tie our steps to their steps based on the seniority and cap us, where we cannot surpass a district judge, Court of Appeals judge, or a Supreme Court justice. So.
Well, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? Is the court in agreement with the option number 3 that we'd like to start cost planning out and looking to see what that looks like?
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Court, we need to recess now. And we're asking for a recess for an hour. If the meeting takes longer, that's okay. We just don't want to recess for longer and then the meeting be short.
Yeah, I agree. Should be 1 hour. Give them the 15 coming back.
Commissioners call recess for 1 hour.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the counter facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Good.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into open session.
So, Judge, would you like to go into executive session?
Yes, we're gonna take item number 9 on the executive session, but then we're coming back out. And then we'll be back on executive session on item 15.
So we're gonna do 9, come out so we can talk about that, and then go back into 15 after.
Okay. All right.
Hey, you can't be in here.
I was waiting for it. Is it the tie? It's also off the tie.
It's a tie. It's
Okay.
Definitely.
Y'all need to keep the cameras on. The cameras need to go. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know.
There's still in there. She's coming. No, you're right. I'm better. With your tripod. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
What you see before is you try to get it. Jessica, they couldn't hear you. I was wondering just I can back. No. It's just do it for that. Try the. Were you muted? Yeah. Okay, you just said you were muted. Go ahead and do it again.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss item number 9 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071.
Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
we're
Ready?
yeah. And AD said we got to do a lot of talking over her when she's making her announcements of special session. You're ready.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into open.
We're open.
Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize El Paso County or its chief administrator to utilize county resources to respond to the release by ICE of migrant children and families.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Based on the discussions in executive session, it is my understanding that the Commissioners Court wishes to take the following direction, which would be to authorize and direct the El Paso County Chief Administrator and her staff to work on a proposal for joint funding with other governmental entities and nonprofit organizations for a volunteer coordinator position to assist Annunciation House respond to the release by ICE of migrant children and their families. That would be the proposed motion.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item on the agenda will be for executive session. Item number 15, would you like to go into executive?
Yes.
Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss item number 15 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You're good.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into open session. Item number 2, receive a presentation and provide direction on an immigrant services initiative. No action on this item. Item number 5, receive a presentation and overview of the Public Works Department. No action. Item number 8, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Title 10, Section 2256.005, approve and adopt the investment policy as of February 28, 2019. This investment policy, when adopted, will supersede the policy adopted February 26, 2018. No action. Item number 11, discuss pending and potential litigation filed El Paso County Emergency Services District Number 1 and El Paso County Emergency Services District Number 2 versus El Paso County, Texas, cause number 2016 BCV 4705, County Attorney's case number 0017-17LZ, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. No action. Item number 12, discuss legal rights and responsibilities regarding the handling of small claims made against the county pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. No action. Item number 13, receive a quarterly report from R. Jacobson Thron, President and Chief Executive Officer of the El Paso County Hospital District, and take appropriate action. No action for that item as well. This concludes today's meeting.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned at 6:17 p.m.
I'll tell you how you want to.